Hello, chat. Hello. Day 18 of Karen Reed. I've been told this gets mighty, mighty fierce. And, well, I am... This is very important. It's very important. I've been told it's a complete disaster. The Aperture witness is shown to be a complete piece of shit. But we got to get through the rest of the trial first. So we are going to do that. We are going to start moving here. So let's get going. Now, before I get too far, welcome, guys. If you guys are new, my name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney in the Cleveland area. And yeah, we are going to catch up. Now, remember, we're starting at 5. We're going to end at 10 because I have to go pick up future Mrs. Martin 2.0 from the airport. So we are ending at 10 regardless of what happens. So here we go. But I hope you guys are having a great day. Everybody, I got a case for the Mondays. But yes, I heard the Aperture guys. Absolutely, yes. I've heard this. Yes, it took him 17 years and he still hasn't gotten his fucking BA. It's like hillbilly Jim shit. Like, really? I've heard that. I've heard that. Somebody sent me a bunch of clips, and it's somebody I respect a lot. And I was like, I understand. They can't not tell me. So here we go. Here we go, chat.
In Lorton, Virginia.
Ready.
Thank you.
But here we go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name?
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodie Technology
And where is Bodie Technology located?
in Lorton,
Bodie
Virginia.
sounds like horrible.
And where did you go to school, sir?
Far out,
I
man.
went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police about 2021.
And when you joined
Far
Bodie
out,
Technologies,
man.
what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician.
And when did you become...
Timbo, how you doing, man? You say you've been away for a week. I mean, like, I think Karen's making up the ground she needs to, but there's been no knockout kill shots yet, although apparently that changes today.
an analyst?
In 2014.
What is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year. Now,
If you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
You mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where do some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Oh,
now,
God.
is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Guys are
To
so
the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes. So the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yeah, so we submit the case file with a report and all of our conclusions, and then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically?
The real test would be that you don't know it's a fake case. The fact you know it's fake really ruins the testing process.
Specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Jesus.
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA, so we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification, and we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at, and we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
And guys, here's the thing: we've already heard all
brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we need to we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role?
Sorry, guys, we got to
in the
listen to this
testing
shit.
case?
We got to do it.
So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as a plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
What is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that, in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 non-alien times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 non-alien times more likely, how many zeros are in a non-alien?
Non-alien is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1. That has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yeah, so that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yeah, so the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes, so autosomal DNA testing. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or SDR testing?
Yes, so we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes, so during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the SDR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Well, the guy admits he doesn't have a whole lot of information. Good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Honest expert.
Joining us. A couple quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from former trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-million, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there's strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanan and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Wiley, any follow-up? All right, you are awesome.
That's an easy witness. Nobody really needed anything out of him.
Okay.
So that was kind of easy, guys. No big deal. That's actually good. Simple witness, simple witness. Eric with a K, get the 20 subs. Let's go. Thank you very much, Eric, for the support and your generosity. Just coming in and finding those grays and just taking care of business. Just taking care of business with those grays. Just crushing them. Look at that action. Just crushing those grays. Crushing those grays. And yes, Chugi, this trial is WTF. Yep. And look, Paul's in the background. Paul glance unknowingly. Paul glance with uncertainty. Paul not sure. Paul never sure about fate. Paul wonder if fate still exists. Paul wonder if Matrix right about free will. All right, here, let's go ahead, chat. Let's get into the next witness. Oh, we're going to be fucking around for a minute here.
Oh, Miyasako.
Okay, here we go. Here we go,
Go ahead,
chat.
Mr. Wiley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology.
And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Wharton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive?
ECU.
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodhi Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodhi Lab between
No, it
technician
did not.
and analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm a supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodhi?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodhi is?
Bodhi is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodhi Lab or Bodhi Technologies between a DNA analyst 1 and a DNA analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodhi Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodhi Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodhi to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process? And can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes the case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with, and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review, I would look over the entire case file. Did what processing steps happen? Were they per protocol? Is it also something that I would have done in this case? If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodhi Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short chain and repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodhi on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that or any submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process?
Nita, wow,
in
you better
general
be
terms
careful who
used
you
to
say that
analyze,
to.
that type of evidence.
And besides,
So
the most superior university in the Commonwealth of Virginia is the Virginia Military Institute. That is the elite institution.
it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. After DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we use a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples, and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more when thought of forensics, traditional STR short-handed repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the 2 as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically on the shaft end, there's more abundance of mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yeah, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper, and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as of this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample, so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there is anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what were the digits after?
You don't know what you're talking
and then the
about.
genetic
Don't act
analyzer
like
is a
you know.
3130-3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do, or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes. So that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases, and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions. So HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing, with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then
Very
done,
true.
Generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Um,
Hold on. Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
that John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 90% can be excluded as being a source of that.
I don't know what's doing
hair
that
sample.
chat. Sorry.
And let me ask you just to confirm that database is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search microfiles in the database in the
Whoa.
in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the
The hell
United
was that?
States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in the academic populations?
95% confidence that 95% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we attain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 99 with 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, right?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. That's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had two children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat that could be unique to individual. But with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right. So, Mr. Miyasaka, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample in John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you type.
Sure.
Well, there we go. I think that's a fair question. It's a fair question to ask. I don't know why we can't ask it. All he's doing is asking questions, and Hank is like, wow, you can't ask that. Wow, you can't ask that. Oh, I mean, Hank, it makes me sad. Let's see here. Let's skip ahead. All right.
Is per se an
Okay.
stuff, then yeah, the person, so more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, it's just as reasonable if the hair came from him, correct?
Sustain.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustain.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe?
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize that you're saying it's consistent, but it's also consistent with your nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John O'Keefe.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Let's move on.
Why? He's allowed to ask questions. Jesus, Beth.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
System.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally, anything?
So, Mr. Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that the nephew?
Yeah, so again, with maternal
You can
populations,
finish your answer. Go.
with maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's next witness is Shannon Burgess.
Okay.
All right, chat. All right, chat. This is it. This is Shannon Burgess. Like I said, people have warned me about what happens today, but this is Shannon Burgess. The aperture data analyst. I've not heard everything, but I've heard this guy's just literally fucking hillbilly Jim. So let's see how this goes. Oh, buddy. I'm glad we've got time to go through this.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a
Okay, I'm not gonna make fun of him because he's from the South, but like, based on what I've heard, you know, he's not really enforcing the notion his name's not Hillbilly Jim.
digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad
Sweet
field, but I do specialize in
home
vehicle
Alabama.
forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital
Yes.
forensic
I wrote
analyst
poems
for?
to sell
Sure.
shot.
So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before
I mean, yeah, guys, this is the thing here. Like, homie, the fucking Reaper came and went. Just own it up. Own it up. And then what's this Jack Murphy thing going on? Like, that's not natural. That doesn't look natural to me. But like, yeah, the Reaper came and gone. The Reaper visited already.
you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics, another from Cellebrite, a company named Cellebrite, in Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Oh,
Well, at one time, my cousin got a Fox body Mustang, and we done pulled the diff out of that baby. We did it all in one night. We got through a half a case of Busch Light doing that. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to talk about me solving crimes?
not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
And could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Where are you present?
Okay. Editor's note number 1. Sandy, yes, I was making fun of him. So my apologies. That'd be funny. I'm sorry. And then, yes, number 2. I am sorry. Yes, Fox bodies are really simple. They're very nice to work on. Everybody loves the Fox body Mustang. Okay. So my apologies to the Mustang fans. Katie is saying, only because it might move me up in the leaderboard. What leaderboard? Is there some sort of like underground competition brewing? And then Celebrate 2.0 coming home. Well, don't celebrate it yet. The plane hasn't landed. Don't jinx this shit. But yes, thank you, Katie. Oh. Finally, folks, why would you say that? Fox bodies are okay. They're all right. They're all right. I don't know about the leaderboard. No. The Captain Foxboy fan bodies, fan boys, mad. Oh. So, is she in a new construction Boeing? I think she's on an Airbus. I don't know. Mustang's all show and no go. Well, now those are fighting words.
Employed, Mr. Burgess.
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Wait. Okay, chat, are you guys using towers to boost up your chat participation? Very clever. Very clever.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Also,
Sure,
hello,
so that second
Angela.
peer
How are
review
you?
article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports?
Also,
or
Bill, I sent you a
documents to look at?
DM. Please check.
Yes, so I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from an individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry. So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review, a prior testimony of Trooper Garino, and I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus? Sure.
So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition on events or power on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you would have focused on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any timestamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
You just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this for the course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Exhibit SS for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Any objection, Mr. Lassie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
You could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange.
Finally understand this.
For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase,
Production runs
depending
change
on
all the
cost
time.
and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different.
Production runs, changes in design, cost issues. There's a million different reasons. So yes, these can change a million freaking ways. Not uncommon at all for this stuff to change. Especially when you have electronics involved. Chip shortages, who knows?
Third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at, take an exemplar vehicle, and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information, or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Sustain.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. The chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there was any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any timestamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or timestamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b.
That's what it sounds like.
So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, is it
Hold on. Wait. I didn't hear about this. So he starts going on. I thought they were competent, but I'm the one who fucked up. Does that mean you're incompetent, Hillbilly Jim? Are you too busy fucking watching Dukes of Hazzard or feeding the chickens? I mean, we're already starting off with you fucking failing. Wow. This guy's a fucking hack. Hacky. And Bella, I apologize. I'm probably going to bag on him. I don't mean to offend you and your the fine Southerners, but this guy is not one of your Southerners. But yes, this is Hillbilly Arca. Arca? You mean like that thing Noah used? Put all the animals in the Arca. Oh. So, In the Heat of the Night's a great show. This is a great show.
the forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions? or
Also,
do you go
Bill, I
through
sent you a
continued
DM.
process?
Check it.
No,
please.
so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I will clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during
He'd be like, I'm not a big fan of chips. I like myself some pork rinds.
an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilbert?
Any objections to this?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just a 2 photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Mr. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we.
And yes, chat, there are fucking circuit boards. Big old fucking circuit boards in your cars now. They're like computers. Computer circuit boards with all kinds of shit on them. That's not uncommon nowadays.
We took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as 2 components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is 2 of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these 2 highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful, as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components. And that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the
So translation, somebody from the state fucked it all up, prying on it like a fucking monkey.
Chips back on.
Miss Gaffney was like, nah, with a knife probably. Not paying off the chips.
The board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis, whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's 2 ways to look at data, and one way is looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances though where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view, but what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to.
Yes, they should have brought Louis Rossman in. Yes, we're going to do a repair show on this one, chat. Repairing the data module on the Lexus LX 450.
It's called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through.
You mean like yourself? You mean like people who don't know the difference between a bit and a byte, so they keep buying hard white?
The steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX 570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down. I'm skimming. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do?
Did you contact Lexus to make sure it was supplied with all the same parts and data equipment? Because I don't know if you've done that so far, and that's the biggest part.
Testing before you tried to crack into the SD card.
Also, how many other cars did you do this to? Did you buy this car new? Was it used? What happened to the people who used it before it?
Sure. So
I'm just asking questions, chat. I'm being less scientist.
It's kind of multiple reasons.
Oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. It's like, it's just an island of hair. God damn, homie, just shave it off in the middle. Then you look like John Popper from fucking Blues Traveler, but now you just still sad.
First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable, but also this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it means. So as well as being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle, so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
It's the atoll hairstyle, yeah.
All right, please. Here's closing notebooks. Follow me.
You want my reaction across? Good.
You are
We'll be
muted.
here for that. Yes. It doesn't matter what I say, yeah. As long as I sing with inflection. Bum, 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 bum. Well, that's all we're going to do here. But yes, the hook does bring you back. On that, you can rely. Also, Island, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. The dude went to University of Alabama, Huntsville. Well, it sounds like he went there. He didn't graduate. Oh. All right, chat. And by the way, while we've got a second here, we do have a update for things. We have some new things to sell in the store over at Teespring. We do have the Crackoon t-shirts. We have another style coming out soon, but they're not available yet because Teespring has not approved it, because they get a little leery when you put out things that look kind of sketchy. But anyways, no, I don't have a hat yet, but there are these. There are, we got a couple things up right now. We've got sweaters. There's some stickers. We got some coffee cups. And then still timely from back then, we still have the Canton Police evidence collection kit. We also got a nice tumbler if you want to be real fancy evidence collection. A coffee cup. There you go. It's part of the evidence collection kit. And yes, that is the Canton Police Department's logo. Really is. So, guys can find those out at the Teespring link down below. The plushie thing, we are working on that. We're working on something. Okay, I'm trying to come up with something. There is another one coming. We'll try to work on. Katie says Clyde shirts. Yes, there are Clyde shirts. Where's the Clyde and Sean plushie? We got to work on making the Sean plushie first. There's a Clyde shirt already. Yes, if you guys come here, you guys can see the Clyde shirt. There are some Clyde things here. If you guys remember the trial for George Kelly, you have a Meemaw Shark, his angry wife, who went up there and fucked the prosecutor up. But you have these. You have Clyde approved. You got Clyde approved Canton glass. You can get a phone case for your different Samsung phones. There are still more Clyde stuff. You can get Clyde approved just like that if you want. You can get an iPhone case for Clyde. And you can get all kinds of great stuff. You get some great merch out here. Nobody talks, everybody walks. What are some of the other ones here? Oh, this is from the Sarah Boone case chat. I forgot. I forgot to really pump these, but the different ones she tried that didn't work, and then finally the one she tried again. And if you guys want a nice shirt, you can get the fat guy Nick Ricciardi yelled at. You guys can find that all at the Teespring link below. So I keep forgetting to pump that. So anyways, let's get to it. Here we go. I forgot to keep pumping that.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes. So this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. If not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share
real
with us
quick,
what
chat.
this-
We got some super chats we can get through too here real quick. I don't want to forget these. Jefferson Post has got to change it, making fun of the Boston accent. Yes, we do. All cars come Skynet ready. Yes. T-Rex says, what is this new XP thing? It's something YouTube's trying to get you guys more involved. I didn't realize it was coming out yet, but apparently you guys are being forced to compete for my attention and love. What are these crowns? You were late. I think it's just something they're trying to force upon you guys. You need a Raptor says, what comes first? A plushie or the 5K locals gift? I'm hoping we can get something with the plushies. I've got a couple irons in the fire. Waiting to hear back on some things. And then working with Kirshawn trying to figure something out, which that would be hilarious if I can get to work. T-Rex Trucking Kimura says, way off topic. Best Mexican restaurant in the Akron-Canton area. I got a delivery up there in a few days. I actually don't know. I haven't really been down to Akron for Mexican. If you came further this way, I could tell you. But I'll work on that real quick for you. Then EDW Raptor says, why must we buy super chats to get the experience points? It's dumb. That's the scam. It wants you to, it's consume and take points and feel important. It's all a hustle. That's why they're doing it. And this all doesn't mean shit to me looking at this. I don't like, what does all this mean? What does all this mean here? Show me how this shows Karen hitting John.
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software.
Yes,
so that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software
I know it's
versions that
computer memory stuff, but this doesn't mean shit to me, and he's not making sense.
Running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Sometimes.
Yeah, so, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find timestamp data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th. When
you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there's actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information?
Well, so real quick, T-Rex, Akron and or Canton, that's like a nice little drive between the 2 of them. Which town are you going to specifically? Because you're not going to want to drive just to one to eat.
Is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment.
Hold on. Wait. No. If it's 9:48 local time, it's going to be 2:48 UTC. UTC's 5 hours ahead. So there's no way this would be the same time. That wouldn't be the same time. Those times are not accurate. And also, it's 9:45 at night and it's this nice outside? Is he in fucking Alaska? Where the hell is he doing this at? What the fuck? This is 9:45 in the evening. It's because it's 2100 hours. It'd be 09 if it was in the morning, but what is this? Like, this doesn't work. They don't sync up. They're supposed to, like, you correlate. Well, hold on. 33, 48, and 118, 110. We're going to check this out here. Google Maps. Hold on here. Let's do some latitude, longitude finder. Okay, so 33.48. 33.48. Thank you. Hold on. Let's see what it is. And then 118.10. Okay. And then 118.10. Find. So I am. Is he saying he did this somewhere in Texas? Because 118. Because like 118 is really fucking far. I was going to say this is in California, chat, because I'm doing this right now. And we got to get to, what's the time he shows? 33:48 and 118.10. Okay, so he's somewhere in Los Angeles. Well, he's like, okay, and then 118.10. He's like here. He's roughly in this area somewhere. Like that's where he's at. Because that's 34.48 and 118.10. I think I have that right. Yeah. So that's where he's at right here. I still don't see how it's that bright at 9:48. Am I like California people? Is that right for this time zone in this time area? If you're in that part of California at 9:30, 9:45 at night, 10 to 10, is that right? So middle of summer it could be, but we don't know. Like, okay, people are saying no. What time of the year? I don't know. He doesn't say. Even in the summer, it's dark by 8. Okay. I'm just saying that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So. Jack is saying he showed earlier via the software release, he's about to do the test with a 1-to-1 identical car. But he's showing it's not working. But here's the problem, Jack. Why does this time match up? Because if this is like he's saying this is the data in the car. He's saying when he fired it up, this was the data available. So this one time is off by 5 hours? Is that what he's saying? Is he inferring this is off by 5 hours? It's even worse than 5 hours. It's West Coast, so that's UTC plus 8. That's 8 hours off. Because East Coast, EST is UTC minus 5. And then Pacific time, PMT is minus 8. So this is 8 hours off. Why is he showing this? Is it another example of him being a fucking tard? And here's the thing, if you're this good of an expert, why do I have to figure out, why am I confused by this data? This is not good. So, he didn't set his time zone, it's irrelevant. Yeah, well, still. Do I have kennel cough? So this doesn't make work. Yeah, wouldn't it be 8 hours if it's Cali? Yeah. And I'm assuming the GPS isn't spoofed. Yeah. Like this doesn't work. Oh, in Akron, you're living in a Goodyear plant. Okay, I got some tips for you then. I mean, because that like you were saying, and it all depends on where you're going. But I'll hook you up then, because there's some shitty spots in Akron. The clock that's fairly common, but that wouldn't work. This doesn't work. It would still be off for UST to, yeah. He explains the time, just keep watching. Okay, well, the GPS coordinates don't work. They do. The GPS coordinates 100% work. They're somewhere in California. 34.48 and 118.10. They're outside of Palmdale, California. I don't know what it is right here, though. That looks like it's in the middle of the fucking desert, but yeah. Apparently something's wrong with that, too. I don't know how to turn off the leaderboard. We're fussing over stuff that doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, this doesn't, like, I just am looking at this from it doesn't add up. Like, that's a red flag to me, and I haven't seen this yet. That's the red flag. And then the second one is, where the fuck is this at 9:45 at night? I don't know. Alessi Jackson, read my shit. Fuck him over with this tomorrow. Let's go. Beat him over the head with this, unless you know what this is meant to be.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called V-Box equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
Wait.
And this was for power on.
Wait.
Can we have number 31, please?
So your fucking machine doesn't work right? We gotta trust you on this hillbilly, Jim? You know, so I cobbled together from PlayStation parts at the flea market.
How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamped information to identify the times of the later two events, the texturing events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Also stated at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Also stated at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you inside.
Let's see here. Laney, stop. All right, chat. Yes, Walmart. Yes, that's where he went. T-Rex Truckee says the latest time the sunset is in June, right before the summer solstice, and the sun says approximately 8:09. So all the data are just incorrect. Yes, and he goes, sure. So, yeah, I mean that's the thing here. Like, this is just like this is their expert. This is what you guys want to do. Like, come on now. Like, this is it. God, this guy, this is disastrous so far. Like, I'm not impressed by him. Like, this is not impressive at all. And T-Rex, I'm assuming you're going to the chemical center, right? Because I'm like, there's a couple Goodyear plants and things there, but I assume that's kind of where you're going, to the compound. But let me work on that for you. I'm going to give you a rec here in a second. Unless he's like, get the fuck out of my way, faggot.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify.
Oh, I knew that part already. That Welcher's report is based on Burgess's information, and Burgess pulled from his own asshole. So I do know about that part. I do know that, and that was in the lead up to the case.
A power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engaged in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
And is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power on event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering 2 very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data.
Very true, James.
Representing the power on event.
Thank you for being
on
here, by the way.
timeline at 12:36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occurred.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event that occurs at 5:46:20, Again, when we look at the ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that'd be helpful. If not. If you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is
I wanna
that
skip the
power on
cross,
event is
yeah.
accurate to the second.
I need to hear it all.
In reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, can you play anyways?
Look at all that snow. Oh, buddy.
Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit, or
Sure.
pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the
T-Rex,
power on
make sure
event
you're
occurred and when the
checking right
power
now.
off event occurred at 12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
T-Rex trucking, make sure you're looking down in the chat right now. I gave you two options that are like right next to where you're going that aren't bad.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes. So
And
that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us? Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes. So similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. we do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important tech stream events.
Correct. There were two tech stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two tech stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the tech stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the tech stream events have that running clock from ignition on, and because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from tech stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believe was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you...
Wait, you believe shit's misleading? You're like, yes. Oh, it's misleading. I didn't do my job right. I couldn't read what was in front of me, but they're misleading. Oh my God, the fucking nerve of you, you motherfucker. Oh, they're misleading? They're misleading? You know, it's in a bit and a bite, homie. But they're misleading. They're the bad man. I'm just a retard.
On your own do any further study
Fucking spare
about
me.
the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a three-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that three-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the three-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the three-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same three-point turn event as it was recorded from the tech stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the three-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if you turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a three-point turn. We have data where that three-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that three-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just in silence.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically, what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you look at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds, and that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a
Once again, I know somebody who misinterpreted data already, and he's sitting in the witness chair.
PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 3:39 and 3:48. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So that's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version.
Oh, Chad, he made a
of the
graph.
map
It's
that we
so
showed.
cute. Isn't it so cute how he made his graph? So
Earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Blaine.
Hank really sucks at laying foundation, which is surprising as an attorney, a defense attorney. He should have this shit down pretty good. He's really been fucking this up.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we are able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the text stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the text stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about the type of methodology and comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is
Was your finding peer reviewed by your coworkers? Did one of your bosses review it? Did anybody check your work? I hope Alessi asked that question.
is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets.
Only know what's coming.
So
I know
now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23 between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
You sure seems to
Yes, I
know a
did.
lot.
So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah. So that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card. Is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? With one's burned out. I'll see conflicts in there.
Okay. So I got some other comments here. T-Rex, I put a comment there for you. Two places called El Azteca and El Canteen. They're right next to the Goodyear plant. James, how you doing, James? You're saying better hope no devs are on the jury.
Lunch isn't here, so this seems like.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I think they're hoping so too.
You folks are all set. We'll take a 45-minute lunch and recess. And
So we're gonna take a 45-minute lunch here. Suki with the good Gucci gifted 1 membership. Those are like little cornbread muffins. Those look pretty tasty. Reformed Convex said this is #1 bullshit. Sounds like it, and it's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Debbie O for $5 says that retarded crown makes me not want to comment at all. Maybe that's a generational thing, just saying in case YouTube asks you for feedback. I will keep that in mind. I do think this is dumb. I don't know why they're doing it, but hey, YouTube gets to do what they want. Debbie O gifting 5 subs. Debbie, thank you for that support and your generosity. Jim Cox with 10. Jim, thank you for your support and your generosity. Guys doing their part to help keep America green again. Keep chat green. That's what we're here for. So you guys, thank you for that. And if you guys got a membership, please tell them thank you. And normally, guys, we try to do at least 1 members only show a month here on YouTube. If you guys are members now, you get to use all the emojis, and there are going to be a couple more loaded up tonight. You guys will enjoy them. So keep your eyes peeled for those. Geez. So keep your eyes peeled for those. And we did our members only show last night because the Karen Reed trial eats up the week. So once we're back to normal, we generally do Wednesday nights for the members. T-Rex Trucking and More says, what, if any, snow? Been there, done that for 13 months. It's ban the grays. Well, we convert them. We convert them forcibly. We forcibly transition the grays here. Jefferson Post. He says, this reminds me of an old documentary on a bite mark matching expert. His own invention was bullshit. His convictions were overturned many years later. Yeah, you see that. The FBI's hair analysis unit, there have been multiple times where this stuff happens. A lot of forensic stuff is bullshit. A lot of forensic stuff is bullshit. Suki, again with the good Gucci for another sub. Thank you, Suki. Appreciate it. Guy Remected's been a member for 5 months. He says, a guy named Shannon. Shannon's a male name. I mean, it's traditionally like a, Irish name for men, but yes. It's not unheard of. So yeah, so Shannon's not, I don't really have a problem with that. I just have a problem. He sounds like Hillbilly Jim. He's like, we done made the card reader out of my cousin Billy's PS5 and some toasters I found at the swap meet. Ooh-wee. That's what he sounds like to me when he comes across talking about this stuff. So. Oh. So here we go. Anyways, let's get this going here. Let's skip some time. So we're going to skip some time. Now, Alessi. Chad, I've been told this is good. I've heard some somebody sent me something. A fellow LawTuber texted me and said, you got to watch this clip. And they sent it to me on their stream. So I rewound to watch the part for like 5 minutes. And I was like, holy shit. So here we go. Here we go. I've been told this is good. And we're now to the main event. Bobby Alessi, here we go. Here we go.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Luke said that's what we all sound like. Fine.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Holy shit. That was the most aggressive fucking, like, all right, like, unless he just pulled his dick out and slapped it on the table. Watch that again. Here, we're going to go slow motion here. That was him just uncoiling his dick. I'm like, all right, it's unraveled. Here we go. He's just... and that's not even all of it, I bet.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Look at him. He's got a big old smile on his face. He's just been sitting there just stroking his dick for like an hour and a half now. Like the whole day. I bet Yannetti and Jackson were like, quit edging, Bob. You got to be ready for later. He's like, but I want to go. And they're like, no edging. He's like, oh. He looks ready to go, man. He looks ready to go. So here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is this not, what? Hold on here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first.
Also, we're going to refresh here, see if we can get new, let's see if we get closed captioning on this biatch. We do! We have the captioning chat. Here we go. We've got it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Unless he's like, this is round one, motherfucker. There we go. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate.
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times.
Okay, chat. The only reason why Alessi's getting all this, you've probably already seen this. I'm assuming he's going to hit every single one of these points and why he did nothing to the scientific method and did none of this accordingly. Holy shit. Holy shit. When you're laying out basic things like this, like I had to do this in my trial. Like we were trying to show duress and we were pointing out like, you know, you guys CIs, you meet them and you meet them in clandestine places. They wear wires. And you go through it just to point out like it's dangerous, isn't it? You know, it's dangerous for everybody involved. And, you know, like you just start laying all your shit out. This is a whole buddy. I don't know if he knows where this is going, but he looks a little nervous.
On direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation?
No way is he 36. No way is he 36, man. The Reaper's been too fatal. The Reaper has been too hard on this man. I don't watch any of this unless it's on your streams. I'm scared for Shannon. Well, thank you, Gangster Computer God. Thank you. Then real quick, if you're going to get these two out of the way. James, again, thank you for being here, James. Says forensic science is neither, but it will imprison you. Yes. Thank you for being here, by the way. If I haven't seen you around before, thanks for stopping in. Zero says, this guy's testimony should be thrown for his awful hair. Shave it off. Yes. Well, hey. Mr. Burgess, would you agree? Have you ever heard of the Norwood Reaper? Do you think he comes for us all? Has he visited you yet, sir? And then Will from TX says, the latest drama really makes Hank question what we call Dr. Dan Wolf on the CV, and background took an hour even crazier or funnier. Well, we'll see. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it sounds like it. Although, to be fair, Chet, I saw over the weekend people were pointing out there were some issues with this guy's CV. So I'm surprised it's blown up. But here we go.
Evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, that's
right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Laney.
And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. I did.
Now let's go on.
Okay,
to,
now we're getting to the interesting parts. Okay. So he's doing shit as the trial goes on. Good. Now we're cooking, Alessi. Let's get this, son.
Another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic.
Oh my God, I didn't hear that part. Oh, they should be. He fucking knows. Oh my God, I only heard this while I was driving, chat, that 5-minute clip. I left it alone. He knows. Look at this man's face. He knows what's coming. Oh, you can't stop what's coming, buddy. You can't stop what's coming. That's a man who that's a man who walked into a minefield and heard a click under his foot. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Woo! Better fucking dive in those foxholes, chat. This is gonna get bad. He knows, and there's nothing he can do about it. I knew to Worski and zoom in on these faces. I don't have I don't have OBS going, but that'd be funny. Yes. Oh man. Yes. Janelle used to make that face, Sean. Yes. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, chat. This is not good. Here we go.
You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
Yes. Yes.
Oh shit.
And simple ethics.
You understand
mandate that
ethics, right,
one
son?
is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be, and they often are.
They
correct?
are, yeah, they're critical.
Yes, they can
to
be
that.
depending on context.
The context is we trust you because you're a smart guy who went to college and did all these degrees. There's no context to that. We trust Rentschler because he's a PhD in electrical engineering. We trust Wolf because he has a PhD in biomechanics. Their education is something we rely on. There's no context for that. There's no, there's more you need to know, bro. No. That's why we do this. That's why we have experts. You fucking Mama Luke. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes. Again, depending on context.
You
there's
know
no context.
that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
This is turning into like radioactive. It's like Rainier. It's like in The Simpsons. The goggles, they do nothing. Oh no. This man's watching like his family get murdered right before his eyes.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits. May I approach you?
Yes.
Guy's like, take that cope sip, buddy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take that cope sip.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off. I'm going to be eventually offering it into evidence. So
Okay.
may I present it to the witness?
So let's mark it for identification first.
Yep. Okay.
Alessi's getting ahead of himself. Slow down, Alessi. Quit jerking it. Take your time. Come on, Bob.
Okay.
Don't blue ball yourself here.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification.
Alessi is sweet dicking the shit out of Judge Bev right now. He's like, Your Honor, yes, you're right. I just love being here. You're so great. He is sweet dicking the shit out of her right now. He is a silver-tongued fox.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apter has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
There's nothing to object to, Hank. It
And
comes
you just,
in.
If you want to have the witness hold it, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark
Yes.
first.
Sure.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
It's a lot of exhibits so far, chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A trial with 10 or 15, it's easy to lose track of them. They have 183 admitted exhibits. And not just shit for identification.
Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Chat, this is the part I heard. This is the part I heard right here.
University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back one? Sure, Mr. Brown. Sure. May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually ask to have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
I don't know. Lanitiul, I don't know
Exhibit 184.
about the recall. We'll have to talk about that in a minute.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Oh,
So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in
I heard this
any
part,
educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible, yes.
May I approach your honor?
oh.
Yes.
Chat, this is where it stopped. This is where I didn't get to hear anymore. But I'd ask, and I don't know if Alessi does this, but I'd ask him at some point, well, when's the last time you took a class? When's the last time you took a class? When's the last time you've been to school? You know, are you doing distance learning? When have you presented? Like, what are your credit hours left? Like, I'm pursuing it. Okay, cool. Everybody likes degrees. Well, when do you finish? When's your matriculation date expected to be? You know, like, share it with the class. I want to cheer you on. When can I come see you graduate? You know, when are you going to pull Kanye and go to graduation? You know, when are we going to do that? When is it going to, you know, when are we going to have that? When are you going to do, when are you going to release your album Graduation, sir? This is where I'd want to know that. You know, is he going to be honest that he's so self-conscious? You know, is he going to tell you at least one of his problems? You know, is he going to say, ask that for Sazy? He's going to cover it? Okay.
If I could have this marked, please, and once Mr. Brennan reviews it.
Probably like his profile. Your name's not even Shannon, is it, motherfucker? Yeah. Also, Chad, I couldn't wait. This was too good to do. I had to get started on the paneling out of the Dauntless. So we got that going. I couldn't wait. It was too tempting. Too tempting.
In order. Thank you.
Exhibit BB for ID.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Now Mr. Burge has given you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to
Especially
turn
now.
your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, mathematics, and business administration.
If I were them, I would have, yes. So we'll see. And there's nothing like, I'm not saying you can't be fancy and not have degrees. Some of the stuff you won't necessarily need a degree. You could be very well trained and not have a degree. I'm not making fun of him because he hasn't matriculated a bachelor's degree. I'm making fun of him because he fucking lies about it. You don't have to have one, but you know, there has to be something there. So, like, that's the problem. If he had just said, I don't have one, like, that'd have been a lot different. So, I don't mind him. Like I said, my dad never got a college degree. My dad dropped out. I'm not going to give him shit for that. My dad's one of the smartest fucking guys. Luke, what did you say? Okay, sorry, Luke, I didn't see this. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to do something here. Luke says for 10 New Zealand dollars, which aren't real dollars. He says, if I had a nickel every time I had more math degrees than the state's accident expert, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Oh, yes. You're working on your, like, PhD in math, aren't you? Or just your master's? But thank you, Luke, for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture...
Hold on, chat. This is something somebody just sent me, and we need to take a look at this here. Okay, real quick. Turtle Boy says the Shannon Burgess thing gets deeper. On his CV, he says he went to Alabama, okay, and all this. So he's apparently accused, like he attended, he had majored in electrical engineering. Like he says he's majored before in electrical engineering. But he got a bachelor's of general studies. Has that been addressed? Did we get to that, or is that something Alessi doesn't get to today? Like, this is fucked up. So, yeah. So, anyways, we're going to keep going here.
has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
Everybody.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture?
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, no. Hmm. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, let's hear more here, chat. So within the last 72 hours of the hyperlink for Aperture, what did they do with this here?
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh, they're cutting ties, chat.
Do you know whether
Aperture's cutting loose ends? Aperture's, when he walks into the Aperture's gonna have people walking in the office Monday morning, like, remember, no Russian. And they're just gonna they're gonna sweep everybody up. Buddy. Man, at Aperture, the shredders are going right now.
there anyone from Aperture directed someone
They're just
within
fucking
Aperture
wiping
to
hard
disable
drives.
your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about
Yeah,
your
if you tried to log
LinkedIn
into your
account?
computer today.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
Yep. Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
I can just see it. It's
This one.
this one I presented to you. No objection.
Exhibit 185.
When we are done with those, so
Sure.
if I could ask those back to you. we can do
Absolutely.
Your Honor, could I have the next one marked for identification at this point?
Yes.
Thank you.
WW.
May I present to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Can I see you at sidebar with me?
Oh, wow, chat. This is getting good. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, God. All right. And guys, thank you. We got 491 people here. Thank you for stopping by. You guys, if you're new, my name's Sean, potentially criminal. I'm an attorney out in Cleveland. And yeah, we're running through this now because wow. Island is saying, watch the front tough slowly try to escape freedom. Thank you, Island. Mike says this guy's LinkedIn went private recently. That's not a surprise. Brewberries. For $5 doodles. Thank you. Saying, I knew from the start we couldn't trust a company called Aperture Science. The cake is a lie. Yes. Not Biscuit says, this guy's a substitute science teacher with a gym teacher degree. Oh, wait, that's actually correct. Kind of seems like it. Blue Varo's been a member for 3 months. Thank you, man, for the support. Wanda G says he's about to get body slammed. Yeah. And unless he still hasn't even gotten to the good parts. This is like watching a firing squad load up. Yeah. Zach's been a member for 3 months, says the Bachelor of Science is bullshit. Yeah. Geopathic says, what is general studies besides a way to force students to graduate? That's all it is. General studies is what you do when you can't do anything else. To the Aperture CEO, did you order that code red? Yes. Then Spud Gun for £2 sterling. The King sterling says, stop it, Bobby. I can only get so hard. Good to see you, by the way. And Eric with a K has been a member for 3 months. Thanks, Eric, is saying, Safa. Yes. Safa, man. Safa. And Eric with a K for 10 subs. Everybody just coming out and finding the grays tonight and just crushing the fuck out of them. Bam! All over those grays, just squishing them out, running them off. That's what we're doing here, chat. We are making chat green again. I can tell you that much. Making chat green again. That is what we do here. That is what we do. So thank you again, Eric, with your other 20. Thank you, man. Just dropping the bombs tonight. Oh, wow. You're bombing hard. You're dropping bombs harder than this guy's bombing himself. Oh. Zach from $4.99 says, have you lied about your degree? Obfuscated your past, exaggerated accomplishments? No credit, no problem. Coming to work with the new guys in town, Aperture. Very true, yes. Paul's sad. Paul thinks science man lie. Paul think Karen may walk now. Oh, and guys, I just want to remember we're about an hour and a half away from 10. Remember, 10 o'clock's my hard stop. Got to go get 2.0. So we are going to finish there, and that'll be it. So just warning you guys. When she gets back, we may fire up and watch the rest of it afterwards. So here we go. God, this is fucking brutal so far. And when they spent, they've been at this for a while now, and we've been just now. Chat, we're 40 minutes in to him just fucking this guy over on his CV and education. That's never a good sign when it starts out like that. That means he's got a quiver full of arrows. So
I am representing to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation?
yes, this is Walmarka. Yes, I love that, Edward.
You could take a moment to take a
I fucking love that. It's Walmarka. It's all the Arca.
Thank you.
The Arca we have at home. Oh. Yes, Paul confused.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
I would like to turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2000.
Read this one real quick. Corey Cass for 10 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Thank you for being here, by the way, Corey. Mechanical engineer here. Always rated the math majors pretty low. They seem to have the worst grades in math papers than us engineers. We also called electrical engineers the Flat Earth Society. I don't understand the joke, but I assume your engineers understand it. But thank you for being here, Corey. Thank you. That super chat.
2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been, at that time, an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
I was going to get that in a second.
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir?
Yeah, like, okay, so great. We're getting to this point. When's your matriculation date? When are you expected to be done? How many more credit hours do you need?
Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your.
You need the good LinkedIn. You need like the one you pay for to know when people look at your shit. Otherwise, it just tells you people look, but they don't really tell you who. But if you have the paid for LinkedIn, you get all the notices. Fuck paying for that shit.
Or LinkedIn page, you know people are looking at your education, and you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's.
Okay. Just ask him when he was lying. Yes. Well, you don't do that because he's going to get defensive. You lead him along. You have to keep leading him along and messing with him here.
And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
Suffer!
Yep, both.
Yes.
Let's go, Hillbilly Jim. Come on now. Let's go, Hillbilly boy. Come on. He's like, I was never grilled like this in the trailer park. I just said gigabyte and they all went, ooh, wow. This is it. Look at him. Unless he's walking away. And this man has fucking fear in his eyes. That is fear in his eyes, chat. This is like some shit out of Tombstone. Goddamn right, you better be scared. This isn't even Hello Darkness, my old friend. This is bad. This is a man. He is terrified. He is on the run. He's hoping like, God, could somebody fucking walk inside with a gun? Or could someone pull the fire alarm? Like he is in a bad spot. Buddy boy. This no bueno. So
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have the next document marked for
Show
identification
this
at this point. You have this marked as the next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit XX for ID.
May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness exhibit XX for identification.
Take your time with this, Alessi.
You recognize that document,
Take
sir?
your time, man.
So it appears to be a CV. Yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes. So it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry. It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
Well,
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it
that's
is
not gonna
accurate
work,
or
man.
not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
All right, back, Chad. Hold on.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N.
She
correct?
is.
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the
Do they never I get someone in the office may be in charge of that, but they never go, hey man, here's our CV. Does this look good to you? You can't just go, oh, someone else does shit. Like, that's not how this works, man. God, think about how many people this guy's been responsible for putting in fucking prison. Fucking scary. And oh God, chat, the Reaper has definitely come. Oh, buddy, it was worse than I thought. Worse than I thought. Oh no.
The third example, am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 187.
Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to
saw
look
this.
and
We'll
check
get
that.
back to it.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Correct.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information. Correct.
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
correct? But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error. Yes.
So
Oh,
are you, let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's
Wow.
no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I've identified.
So you would.
Whoa, shit. Guys, this never happens in trials. You never get to do this to somebody. We dream of this in our heads, of literally sodomizing a man with a flagpole in front of the courtroom. Like, just fucking giving it to him. This never happens. You, like, if you wrote a movie script and gave this to me to read, I would tell you this is not this is not believable. This never fucking happens. Change it. This never happens. This is like some Catch Me If You Can shit. Has this guy ever actually gone to school? Like, really? This never happens. Not like this, Fevon. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this, man. Holy shit, man. You couldn't put this in a movie. Yeah, she denied the defense of voir dire, this guy. And that's a good thing in hindsight. Because Alessi's like, fine, I'll fuck him in front of everybody. Alessi probably just thought in his head, you know what, that's fine. I'll butt fuck him to death on live TV. And he's doing that right now. This man is getting butt fucked to death. This is some like hostile shit right now, man. Whoa. Whoa. I can only begin to describe this as deeply pornographic, you guys. Wow. This is a snuff film. This is a snuff film, and he's too fucking stupid to understand it. He's like, yeah, he's got the look on his face. He's like, well, this is what it looks like when the sheep go in for the slaughter. Oh, wait, that's me. Emily Baker said the same thing. Said the writing room would say this isn't realistically going to happen in a trial. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. But yeah, if you guys had wrote me a script for a movie, I would have been like, no, that's not fucking possible. Nobody's this retarded. So, Reformed Convict's been a member for 18 months. Thank you, sir, for that support. I appreciate it. Says King Peg will be proud of Alessi's techniques. Yes. Oh, more pegging than on a pirate ship. Cleopatra is just asking him, he's lying. Yeah, but you do that, you fucking blow it up. Right now, unless he's been pretty like this keeps him. It doesn't give him a chance to get mad because the guy has to admit, yeah, my shit's not right. And then you say, I'm in IT/computer science. We don't smooth things over. It either is or isn't. I understand, but you have to do it this way. I just can't believe this. Like, none of your shit's right. And this is the thing, guys. Like, if you're think about this. If you were working a job and a guy walked in and his fucking resume was this jacked up, you'd never hire the guy. And then Luke says for 19 months, he's the Becky Hill of experts. Oh, yeah. So Luke and Reform, you guys, 18 and 19 months. Fuck. That's a long time, man. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting that long. But yeah, this is just, oh my God. I can't believe this. Michael Boyle says, sir, are you aware that Jaworski and PPP finished college? I didn't know. I didn't know PPP went to college, but okay. What did he get his degree in? Oh my God, though. This is just imagine Brennan not researching this. Well, you wouldn't, though. You wouldn't research this. Fine, Brennan. I wouldn't research this. They're a fucking company. That'd be like the researching ARCA. No, they're pretty legit. Why would you check? So sometimes you fake it till you make it. Sometimes you fake it till you don't. Well, I think this guy is realizing here this is not working out right. God, yes, truth is. This was my part of my theme for my trial that I had 2 weeks ago, because I had to talk about a drug deal, and the prosecutor goes up and talks about all the shows and television, and I say, you know why it doesn't work, ladies and gentlemen? Because truth is stranger than fiction. And that was part of my story. So, oh. But yeah, I saw that Truth, Stranger than Fiction. I'm like, dude, I had that written in part of my thing. So, okay. How many appeals are being filed right now? I bet a lot. If you happen to know that this guy testified in a trial your client was in, they fucking they suborned basically perjury. Because I guarantee you, it's been like this forever. This guy's probably testified this for years and years and years now. Ooh. I guarantee you he said he's got a degree. I guarantee you other times he's on record saying he has a degree. So he's a fucking liar. He's a fucking shitbag liar. And he's put people away. There's not a hot enough place in hell for people like him. Sucking whatever dick he can find for $1. Even whores have more scruples than he does. They acknowledge what they're doing. And Whiskey 77 says, and I just bring this up because he's not feeling well. I'm as sick as a dog, living on cough medicine, and force myself to stay up to watch you see this. Worth it. Hope you're feeling better, man. Hope you feel better. But yeah, this is lolcow sciences. PPP's got a theology degree. Well, I knew that. That's what I assumed he had. But this is just awful. This guy, he should have said he went to fucking University of Phoenix or something, or ITT Tech. But let's keep going. I mean, if you're so full of errors, not only are the people who wrote your degree or your CV so full of errors, you misread shit. How can we trust you? You're a big fucking retard.
Agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
It took you how long to get your fucking... I mean, like, I get it. Like, you know, people in the army, it takes them a long time to get degrees and shit. What the fuck were you doing, man? The fuck were you doing so long it took you to get degrees? Fucking catching possums? Yeah. 17 years, Chad. I heard about that.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Oh, God. Mendacity means untruthfulness, untrustworthy. Guys, remember, during the Fannie Willis shit, there was an odor of mendacity. Because you know what's going to happen? The jury is allowed to go do some, you know what the jury is going to go home and do? They're going to go home in their phone and they're going to type in mendacity. They're going to type that shit into their phone. Bow. Oh, buddy. I'm not surprised he doesn't know. Fucking A, Coney Island Community College right here. Fucking scared shitless. Look at him. That's silence. That's silence at 1.3 speed, chat. That's silence. Look at the man. He's in his little foxhole.
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Every time I pause the same face, that's because the man's terrified. It's a very good point, though.
Yes.
Oh, hold on, chat.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
YY, YB.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Have the back, sir.
Sure.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose
Yep, sure.
and just step back.
Yes,
just to us.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
How do you still have credits that transfer? They expire after a while. They expire after a while. They just don't go on forever. I mean, shit. Like, I mean, how the fuck does that work? Like, a doctor, somebody has been to medical school, become a doctor, worked a residency, and then worked a fellowship, and is now could be a highly trained professional in the time frame you've done all this shit, man. I mean, fuck. Like, how far away are you from this? Like how do you do this? Yeah, in some states he's old. His college credits are old enough to fuck right now. God, this guy's matriculating like a glacier. Patty Cake says, given how bad I'm roasting this guy, I will state I got my BS with no AA. Over 18 years using tuition reimbursement from employers. I just got it because I could. Nothing wrong with that. Like if you're like, I took my time and did it. Patty, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Like I said, if you haven't been to college or you only have an associate's, fuck. If you've only been to community college for half a semester, I'm never gonna shit on anybody for that. But this guy, is trying to put a woman in a cage for the rest of her life. And he's lied about what he did and how he did it. That's my problem. I don't fault the man for fucking around for 18 years. I fault him for lying about it and trying to put this woman in prison for the rest of her life. So that's my issue. But more importantly, what has this guy been doing for fucking 17 years? It's one thing like you're working through your employer doing it. Rock on. What was this guy's excuse? What's his excuse? He just kept fucking lying about it. So excuse me. Most colleges allow 5 years recency for a credit. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. No, college credits never expire. You are wrong. I can't imagine they last for 17 years, though, man. 17 more years. Track phone has rollover minutes. Maybe he's got rollover credits. Yes, this guy's taking less than 1 credit hour per month. Mine didn't expire, but I started Texas in 2003. Well, I can see times where it doesn't expire, but yeah, this is all fucked. And Island, yes, another good point. I didn't college finish until my 30s. I didn't lie about it. I started a business and sold it. Well, there you go. There you go. Yes, Joe Biden's cancer matriculated faster than this guy did. It's not about the speed. It's because he lied. Yes, but it also shows you he's incompetent. Like at the beginning, he's like, I fucked up doing my job. He's like, I didn't write the numbers down right way. And now we're talking about, I'm faulting this guy because he sounds like a retard on top of it. So this hack has no credibility exactly. It somehow gets worse. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Sweet Bovine says, I only graduated in college 2 years ago, Sean. I'm 37, now turning 38. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm assuming you didn't do whatever this guy was doing, chasing possums into car electronics or something. So let's keep. Oh, we got some super chats. Shit, we gotta read through these real quick here. Sorry, guys. Shredder S07 says it's not a true cross-examination aperture until Leslie X Burgess if the cake was a lie. Oh, funny. And Snoop, apparently an electrical engineer, is saying electrical engineers are smarter than you are. Some fighting words among the engineers. Jefferson Post says, as an electrician, I find the most bizarre misunderstandings about electricity from electrical engineers. I've heard that before from other electricians. Squizgar says, to be fair, I haven't updated my CV in years, but I'm also not testifying. I'm also presuming you have the credentials you have. Boomhurt says, bet you Paul was going to use aperture in his lawsuit. Oh, I bet 100%. And Territora says, how many lawyers of his clients are lining up to sue Aperture? Oh, I bet a lot of people are going to be asking a lot of questions, including defense attorneys. Spud Gun says, for £2 sterling. The king sterling. This is the pineapple going in dry. Oh, yeah. So, all right, guys. We got a couple more we're going to catch up to, but we got to get through this. Let's keep rolling. God, this is bad. 17 fucking years, though. Whoa.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Misinterpretation.
There's a
Oh,
misinterpretation that, are you stating,
everyone's wrong but me. You plebs misunderstand me. You're too stupid to understand my work. That's what he's doing right there.
but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
Oh God, chat.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insureds? Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lasky?
Sure.
So this is just guys. Whoa, man. This is rough. We're still on his fucking CV, chat. We're an hour into this. We are an hour into this just grilling this man about his CV.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Whoa. Wow. Oh, no.
Let's talk about your
That is
work on
brutal.
this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
Wow.
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your, in your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your
What?
October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry. Well, is it proposal or protocol?
Wait.
Protocol.
Protocol.
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol.
Wait, he got it all fucking wrong from the start? He's been literally wrong about fucking everything? Is that what we're getting at? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Wow.
And you blame this on the quote
Oh.
programmer's inability to fully read the component close quote.
Oh.
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that
Yeah,
the
factor
total
of 8,
flash
yes.
memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the expansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was
Oh.
the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation. Yes.
And that was your
Well, what else have you misinterpreted, boss hog? Misinterpretation, you fucked up. So how much other shit did you fuck up?
misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that expansion chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney,
Holy shit! Like, I'm waiting for this guy, like, what did you do? I plugged it in the sparkle box in the car and the dang burn number shot out. Hooey. Really, that's what this guy sounds like. Fucking Hillbilly Jim. Hillbilly Jim on the stand. It's all computer to me. It's like watching that movie War Games. It started figuring out all what I done did. Hoo-wee. Wow. Okay, this guy's ringing true the Southern accent indicating stupidity. Yeah. Why, Jim? Why? Even unless it's confusing, it doesn't matter. This guy's admitting he clearly fucked up. Yeah, I put in that there Google machine, and it done tell me what I knew. It said that woman cared guilty. Oh, Lord, and me, oh, my. Then I went and handled some snakes at church. Like, that's what we're waiting for here. That's what I'm waiting for him to do on redirect. Oh. I mean, literally, this is correct. He literally got nothing right. He literally got nothing right. This is the expert. I mean, on Twitter, they're like, oh my God, this dude kicked ass. It's like, no, he got it all wrong. And I'm sorry, everybody, Bella. I know a bunch of you live in the South, but holy shit, this guy is making everybody in the South sound like mongoloids. I'm just saying. You know, his paycheck went to go buy fucking Bush Light. More, please. Yeah. Oh my God. Aperture sounds like some fucking thing in the back of a fucking swap meet. That's what it sounds like they do there. They fix broken PlayStations. They're gonna be like, they're like that guy in Secret Castle. Give it that 527. Hacha! And they fix it for you. What's wrong with your PlayStation? Oh, the CDI's burned out. We'll get you a new one there. But God almighty. This is awful. This is just fucking garbage. They break lives. Yeah, I know. These jackoffs have sent people to fucking prison. They've influenced court cases. You know, this is I pre-applied thermal paste on my PS4. Well, this is bad. People have been lives have been fucking altered by this man. This is disgusting. Yes, he's probably taught other investigators. Oh, so I'm so sorry, my Southerners here, but Jesus.
He was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
He just did it, Ethan Ralph. That was you who messed up. And he's like, correct.
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
You didn't get it right, you fucking worm. He's trying to worm around like these hairs on his head, just withering around, wriggling around. You just admit you fucked up. Just say it. I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't get it right. People appreciate that.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that time,
you got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did
That's
make an
not
error.
true.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alpha.
I'm serious. I can't fucking believe this. This is not real. I can't believe I'm fucking watching this for real.
A numeric number, because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate. So bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips.
Correct.
I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education.
He answered the God. Yes. Did anybody evaluate your work? I was waiting for that. Thank God you guys were right. He got it right. He asked that. Nobody checked your work. You heard the DNA guys. You heard every other expert say, somebody checks our work. We always check our work. Yeah. This is, oh my God.
Education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Oh,
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
I bet you Alessi knows, and I bet he knows the right answer. Oh, God, chat. You guys are watching something you're never going to see again.
That person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report. May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU. You know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
Well, what's your billable rate? What are your hours? That's a good way to ask that question too.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want?
Ow, chat. Aaron Himmel's hairline in a year or so. And like I said, man, the Reaper comes for us all. Some of us, we just happen to hide out longer than others. But goddamn, some of you guys are brutal.
To see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it side by, find out what's going on? Leslie?
Sure.
Oh, Hank, let me find out where you're going. Let him ask the questions. Can't get any fucking worse. All right, chat. Well, we got a second here. I'm going to catch up on all these so I can get us caught up because we're getting towards the end here. T-Rex Trucking and More is saying for $9.99. Thank you. If White Claw Bev from Cape Cod had half a brain in her head, she said seriously be considering actually doing the directed verdict. Broski would have thrown it out a long time ago. No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have thrown it out already. No, this is all the credibility and weight. It's all for the jury to decide. Also, T-Rex, did you catch my two recommendations? LS Teca and El Canteen. They're right next to the complex, so that helps you out some. Right there in Akron. Island says, told you, thorough, like a prostate exam. Oh, God, this is like a colonic. Kevin Aldridge is saying his LinkedIn has been yeeted. Oof. And James Phipps says, how many appeals are being filed tonight? A lot's going to be done on this. Brewberry says for $2 doodles from Australia, the seppuku is incoming. I think he's too retarded for that. He won't know how to do it. He'll shave his head off. He'll shave his hair. Jefferson Poe says his shit's not right. Well, it's packed in now, yes. An Electron asked for £2 sterling. The King Sterling. Says Shannon is Lance Armstrong in digital forensics. Yeah, that's kind of true. And Blue Varo for $20. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for the super chat. It says, and the Commonwealth threw such a fit about the defense experts. I know. That's the funny thing. Hank, you fucking cried about all this, Hank? Brother, this is what you cried about? It's like Menelaus and fucking Troy. This is why you left me? Oh. And T-Rex Trucking Gamora says this trial has so many appellate lawyers licking their lips. What the amount of experts Jackson has destroyed. Oh, even the trial attorneys. Motions for a new trial, all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, very true. T-Rex Trucking Gamora then says, my little brother wasn't born yet when this dude started his bachelor's, and he graduates high school in a week or so. Yeah, that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. Nick, who's been a member for 15 months, says, thank you for the support, Nick. I appreciate it. Says, house long to die in court. Apparently not soon enough. Unless he's giving him blood transfusions to keep him alive. So he admits to denying claims and Luigi repels in. Oh, that would be so funny, Jefferson. A fuzzy creature says, though, when we now know where Aperture supply of paste went. Oh, I'm sure they all eat the paste there, not just him. If they tolerate him, that means there's a boss who tolerates him, and that means they're all tards. And Jim Cox says more, please. Well, guys, thank you for your super chats there. Yeah, Matt, like Project Calm was right. Like this guy's going against Rentschler. Like I can't imagine Judson Welcher's any better. God, he's gonna have to unless he's gonna say, "Did you let this motherfucker on your staff? How retarded are you?" Oh my God, Rentschler and Wolf are gonna fucking just walk right in and waltz right through. God, that Welcher better get ready. It's gonna be a fucking assassination on him in that courtroom. So, yes, he got confused about his bits. Yes. The Arcadude's going to watch this and have a sixth child. I know. Yeah. These Aperture guys, though, are cucks. Absolute cucks. So, let's get to...
Thank you very much.
Oh, they're waiting on transcripts. Okay, here we go.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Looks like it.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
Thank you.
Brennan. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
What time am I coming back after I leave? I gotta go pick up 2.0. They're not due until... What time's Flight Tracker say? Well, they're set for 11. They're ahead of time right now. It says they're 20 minutes early? Fuck. Okay, well, so they're set to get there about 10:50. They're gonna have to wait for them to deplane, pick up their baggage, gotta drop off 2.0's friend, and they're gonna bring 2.0 home. So probably not before midnight, sadly. Sorry, not before midnight, chat. Sorry about that. So we're gonna keep going here.
No worries.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
Just letting him read it, letting him ruminate and just simmer in those, just let him fester in those juices. God. Alessi's a bad man. Let me tell you.
So I'm going to just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information?
Objection. I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Ooh.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024.
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
Whoa, that's
On
new.
Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
Ooh.
So instead,
Wow.
you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Wow, that's interesting.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
Ooh.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to
No good,
access
Chad.
those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? You know.
I do not know.
Now,
I'm
Oh,
going to
sorry.
let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow, so the device was fucked.
I want to cover a basic question. Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why.
So there you go. Like they're just fucking winging it. Imagine this guy writing the paper on this shit. They're just fucking winging it. Bunch of hillbillies. Fucking A.
We did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There is no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025.
Chat, I'm gonna have to stop here. We gotta stop. That's a great stopping point. Wow. There's no methodology for this shit. Yeah, like I saw Jack Bauer, you said that comment earlier. Yeah, all this shit's locked out, and like he doesn't, you knew that, like this stuff. But yeah, wow, this is fucking insane. He direct read a hardware encrypted card. Yeah, that's the point. You know what? I guarantee you, if that happened, I guarantee you, Lexus would be sending him a cease and desist letter, because there's no fucking way if he cracked their encryption on that, Toyota would be up his fucking ass. They'd be paying him money. How did you crack our shit, and how did you get into it? They'd want to know. So how do you get into it? How do we know this shit's legit? We don't. We don't. Unless I'm completely wrong, you computer people, tell me. Would it be appropriate to ask if he knew it was broken? Who put you up to lying? No. That's going to get objected to immediately. He's never going to admit that he lied. So you're never going to win that. You're never going to win that. So, how much time's left? You sound like Bev, Sean. Well, we don't know if Lexus does a 1 in 1 or 1 in 100 quality assurance. Well, that's true too. Tell 2.0 to get an Uber. I'm not, guys. I gotta go get her. I love her too much to go do that. Yes, source. I made it up. Did the Commonwealth never contact Toyota? I don't know. This is like claiming you cracked an iPhone. Yeah, because Apple would be like, really? You need to explain how. No, I agree it's not illegal to reverse engineer shit, but if he did that, Toyota would be up his asshole about it, trying to stop it. Yeah, this guy's a con man. I said that on direct. DMCA is a bitch. Yeah. Yeah, no, James, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, this is just well, now we're getting into the reports, so like it's time. All right, let's see here. What else you got, guys? I live not sleeping on the couch for a week. Too much for that bit. Yes. Yeah, nation states could barely crack an iPhone. I agree. This guy didn't crack anything. I'm sure he smoked crack. So I think there's only about 15 or 20 minutes left. I don't know, chat. Let's see how much time we got left. Oh no, we got a full chat. We got like a full hour to go. So no, we can't not stop. So you're telling us you're off. Okay, well, I'm asked. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I just asked. Did nobody said anything yet? Sean thinks a great stopping point to say is the same as an arbitrary point. Okay, well, that's why I asked you. There's no way he could crack their shit. And if he did, he'd be making money selling readers for it. I mean, Jesus, that's why I'm asking you guys for information. He was with the Crackoon, yeah. Oh yeah, he's still there tomorrow. I understand. But we gotta go. I gotta go get 2.0 chat. So I don't remember going much past this. Well, so all right, chat. So we're gonna come back. We'll do part 2 when I get home. Should be around midnight. I got a late day tomorrow in court, so I can afford to do that. We'll take care of it. I promise not to watch the rest. I promise not to watch the rest. I will see you guys in about an hour, or actually 2 hours. If it's sooner than that, I'll let you know, but I won't do it. If I get done sooner, I won't. Am I taking Louis with you? Yeah, because we're taking Louis to his Louis is her friend's dog, so I'm taking him back. So all right, chat. So thank you guys for everything here. We're gonna come back to this in Project Calm for $5. It's Aperture Science. Yes, Aperture Science. We hire who we find because we can. For the good of Hank Brennan's case, except now it is dead. Aperture Science. So, yes, rehoming Louis. Well, yeah, he's going back to where he's from. I'm sending him back. I'm going to look at Louis and say, you have to go back. All right, chat. So I will see you guys in a minute. But yeah, at this point, holy shit. How is Karen Reed going to, like... Remember I told you I thought Karen Reed was fucked? Whoa, buddy. Alessi's fucking the man with the plan, and he's got a counterfeit dollar bill in his hand. Holy shit. Yes, he's melting down as an actual witness. He's had nothing to do with the subject matter. It's an actual law, point of principle. No, I agree. This is we haven't even gotten to the point of him just sucking at the job. This has just been insane. Oh. So treating Louis like Trump treats Mexicans, yeah. Yeah. So all right, chat. Take care. I will see you guys in about 2 hours. Good night, guys, and remember, until next time. Well, in 2 hours. God, I thought Karen was fucked. They're back in the fight, chat. They are back in the fight.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?